Hello, I think this is live on YouTube. I mean, there's no point in me popping. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta pop up the chat. And then I'm like, actually, I really don't. Because I'm not gonna be able to see it on that computer anyway. It's software. Okie dokie. All right. Now let's go live on Twitch as well. It's funny, these glasses are not even like prescription or anything. They don't do nothing. They're like blue light glasses. And I find that they actually help me tolerate the lights in here a little bit better. Is that a real thing? Someone please instruct. Dope. Yo, what's up, Forsun? Hello, hello. I'm just getting around to checking out the chats. I've not popped out the YouTube chat yet. Good way to avoid burning your retinas. That is kind of what it's feeling like. Because I have the natural light now, it means that I need to have like my other key lights a lot brighter. So that's the only downside of natural light. But hey, there's only so much you can do. I'll take it. All right, I'm gonna move to 4 is 4. Okay, 4 is not being shown. We are going to Code Crafters. All right, I'm gonna be honest. I am struggling with consistency. Like, I don't know what is gonna fix this for me, but I need to figure out like a consistent time of day or something that I can work on my coding stuff. Cause right now, since I've been back, I'm just trying to like queue up some YouTube stuff so that I can focus just on coding for at least a couple weeks. But damn, why is there a chance of a chaotic stream? It's always chaotic. I'll be honest. There's a chance I go crazy. That's why. Alrighty. But yeah, we're going to work on the Rust shell, which I haven't looked at since the last time that we did it on stream. So that'll be fun. You know what? It's going to be humbling. It's going to be, your imposter syndrome today will be cured. I promise. That's the goal. All right, let me transfer everything. I should probably make sure I can monitor my stream in some way. I guess I could have it on my phone. Hold on. Okie dokie. All right, so now I just gotta listen. I'm a little scuffed. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little bit scuffed. It's part of my personality. I gotta connect my... Oh, wait, it's already connected? That's actually huge. Is this one connected? What do you... No, that one's not connected. Okay, so... Oh, I think I need to... Now? I'm connecting my mouse and keyboard. There's a chance I have to try and find this one. There we go. All right. Is it? All right, we good? Cool. We're so good. We're so cooking. All right, sick. I freaking Twitch ads. That's why I watch you on YouTube. Honestly, valid crash out. It is crazy. Will it be crushed shell? No. No, I haven't done anything with I thought I would contribute back to the charm stuff more to BH after leaving even. But I've just been busy. I got like some other stuff I'm interested in building, you know? We'll see what this shell ends up. Right now we're just making it a basic little shell. It's not as daunting as it sounds. It sounds like a really impressive, complicated thing. It's a lot of just like parsing strings so far, you know? It's really not too bad. Alrighty. Yeah, today we are building a shell. Let me see. Let's get back synced up. What are we building today? Okay, today we are appending standard out. Is kind of the goal. I think I was working on this. I think I had it working. We'll have to see. I'll zoom in my code a bit more too, because I don't think any of you can see it. How is this? Is this big enough for the chat? Maybe YouTube ads aren't better on my side. I just accept and suffer. I'm kind of surprised like more people don't have YouTube Premium. I have YouTube Premium. I just like I haven't seen ads on YouTube in so long. Because YouTube Premium still like pays out creators and stuff. Like you get good returns from that. Okay, let's see. Eventually return a message stating that the command is empty. Okay, let me just... Do I even need to do that? I should look in this project and see what all my to-dos are. Okay. To-do, use redirect. Didn't I already implement this? Okay, not great. There's a chance I just didn't remove that. Handle redirects. Oh, okay. My guess is that the current state of the project is that I have like my default behavior is that it's going to overwrite the file. And so I have to like add a bunch of conditions right now to append to the file instead of purely just having it overwrite the file by default. I think that's where we're at. I also really want to, oh no. I'm kind of late. I was like, I already switched all my stuff over. I kind of want to listen to some music. No! That's okay. Whatever. It's fine. But yeah, okay. I can get chat back on the screen then while I do this. I'm just a broke college student, can't afford premium. No! No! Again, I wish that I actually don't know if that'll let me do that. Thank you so much for the sub, Silkix. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is this on GitHub? It is. Yeah, you can do ! GitHub and you'll get a link to my GitHub. How do you plan out the system you build? So for the code crafter stuff, you really don't need to. How do I typically do it? I lay out like the biggest core pieces. I'd basically try and do like full spread of like, what do I think this is going to entail? And then try to like refine that, if that makes sense. Like, what could this possibly touch? List that out and then condense it into more of a plan. I would say like the code crafter is here. This actually gives you a pretty good example on like how you would potentially do something like that. Like, look at this. It basically has a bit of like, what are the most basic possible things that we need to get working in the first section. And then it kind of categorizes the rest of the tasks into, okay, next up we want navigation, and then we want quoting, which is like, these are kind of a larger task that we want to achieve. And then here are like the subtasks for that thing. Personally, like in school, we were taught the agile. And so we had to do like user stories and all, and like plan epics and all this stuff. I think that that's a bit too much ceremony for like a solo dev. I think it's a bit too much ceremony for a solo dev and for most like side projects and stuff. But no matter what, it's like, there's a chance that things change, but you can always, I mean, even with the help of like AI and stuff now, you could always look at like what features exist in a similar project and then use that as like the initial skeleton for your system. Like you could break it down a little bit. Culver, yay. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Culver. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Silk says, I really love your content. I'm mostly lurking, but wanted to say thank you for motivating me to try other technologies and finding more fun in coding again. I'm so glad. That is honestly, that is the goal. I like, not everything needs to be productive. You know what I mean? Like you're allowed to just like play around with something because you think it's interesting, and often that will bring you good returns. But like, that is literally the goal for my content, is just that it can inspire others to maybe find things that they think are fun and just like enjoy. Like we're so lucky to be, I know that it can feel so like daunting right now with just like the state of the world, but also we're so lucky to be in the time that we are, where we can just build anything out of nothing. Like how cool is that? Like the limit is your creativity. And like information is like more accessible than ever, except for the books that are getting freaking, the ancient texts that are getting freaking destroyed and burned at the stake by Anthropic, but whatever. It's fine. What the heck, dude? I feel, okay, hear me out. I think that if a company is going to do that, they should have to make the scanned editions of those books need to be like given to the government or something. Like they need to be like made available through like public libraries or something. Like those works can't just like live on indefinitely in a black box only. It's crazy. So use AI to create an instruction manual on how to build a Lego system. I'm saying like you can use AI to look at if you're still trying to figure out like what features exist in different projects and stuff. You could get AI to look at the source code for that project and create and like show you what that the structure of that application looks like, and then you can replicate that. Maybe copy over some of the features. Like give you a bit of like a zoomed out look on everything. Daria would never allow that, dude. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these, I have like a dog hair in my eyelashes. A lot of these AI companies have an image problem. Like, this, like I don't know if they need more PR training or they need to step away from the mic, It's just like, step away from the mic for a minute. Come on now. You can't be I think the most annoying comment to this day for me, I mean, obviously outside of like basically burning books is crazy, but the most annoying comment is still, we're gonna sell intelligence on a meter. I'm like, that is dystopian and evil. You can't say that. Like, who on the PR team was like, you know what? Let him cook. Don't let him cook, okay? We need him. He's do not let him cook. Oh, man. Crazy. All right. Let's see what we are doing here. Okay, so we're going to handle redirects, standard out, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think we're already doing... Let me see when this is used. We get redirect path. Okay, so we are having a redirect path for standard out, standard error, that, oh my God, that is always handled. And then if let some out path, oh wait, hold on. I'm still reading that. If let some out path, guys, this is why you don't take too long away from your projects. Otherwise you forget everything and then it makes it way worse. We let file equal that. And then we create a buff writer that's going to write to that file. So the problem here is, oh, are these both? Yeah. So I have different buffers. When else are these declared? Okay. So they're just created here and then they're used later, basically for any of the commands. I should write this down. I'm tethered to the stream. Props for getting back to the shell project though. It's a big step. It is a big step. You know what? Thank you. I needed that. I needed that little like pat on the back. All right. Listen. I thrive on pen and paper. More people, I don't know a better way to get my brain documented anywhere. We got this. I just got to rewrite the structure a little bit just so that I can jog my memory. I think if I was doing, I probably also have like a todo.org or something where I've been documenting a lot of this. I'm generally not somebody that operates very much on like, primal knowledge. Like I tend to document everything. You can ask anyone that I've worked with. Yeah, there we go. Do you guys see this? I'm like, surely I documented this somewhere. Hold on, look. Okay. So I can pretty much just read these notes. Yeah. I find pen and paper is good for me for like, you know, drawing out even like logic flows and stuff like that. I find it really helpful. And then, yeah, for this kind of thing, my notes, I also find really helpful as a way to kind of, I gotta write things out. Okay. So for redirecting standard out, we need to check specifically for a successful match for redirect and overwrite, right? So now we have an enumeration with all kinds of supported redirects so that we can see which redirect we want and then handle that. We do still need to split the content after the redirect directive to get the file name. Okay, so we're going to return a redirect, check what kind of redirect we got, which is either going to be that it overwrites the file or that it appends to the file. And then that's going to change how we write to the file and if we write standard out or standard error to a file. Okay. All right. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. So where is our enum for, did I have that? Single quote, double quote. Okay, here we go. So here's the redirect one. We have, okay. I'm using Doom Emacs, yeah. Hold on, let me zoom in the chat a little bit so I can see. It's called commenting. I think I know what you mean though. What do you mean? Oh, like commenting your code? Yeah, but sometimes it's helpful to have your like the design decisions documented somewhere that's not in the code necessarily. I don't know. Am I wrong for that? Could I just have like these chonky comments? Because I feel like sometimes you wonder like, why did I make this decision? And to me, it doesn't feel appropriate to leave that in the code. It seems like too much. You know, I don't think I should be committing my thoughts like that. Like imagine this as a comment. It seems like too much. I always do detailed commenting my code. It's a standard. Oh, you know what? Okay. You know what? Let's do it. We'll try it out. You love them in the code? All right, let's freaking go. Let's put it in there. Why are you like being evil? Okay, this is being slightly evil. It's fine. Okay. All right. All right, good enough. whatever. Okay, we redirect standard out. Okay, and then I'll just, actually, I'll just select all of that. Okay. Oh, actually, I should not have done that with this. Okay. Okay, I think you're probably right on this, to be honest. I'm gonna try that, not gonna lie. I'm a keyword kind of commenter. Yeah, I'm like, I'll usually just comment like the purpose of things, but not necessarily the design. I mean, I remember in the bubble tea when I was working on that, like some of the comments there were really thorough, but I figured that was just because it was a library and like it was like usage examples and stuff, you know? I followed and then immediately got 5 minutes of ads on Twitch. That is insane. I have tried to make it so that you can't get ads immediately. I'm using Doom Emacs to write my code, and I have like as my editor, and the font is Terminus Nerd font. I saw someone ask by that. Coding by hand, what year are we in? Don't worry, brother. There's like a million live streams that are saying vibe coding until I make $1 million. And you can go on any one of those. And I promise your people are there. Your people are there. Alrighty. So, okay, so I have path. I have toString. I don't think I'm using either of these yet. Oh, I do have that. Okay. Splits arguments into the redirect directive to get the file path. Okay, so it's just using it in this, and I don't know if I'm using path yet. I could try running it. I feel... I mean, I'm missing even like redirecting standard error. Isn't that the... I think the current challenge is just append standard out. Okay. Let's see. Okay, okay. Okay, so if the sum up path is redirect path. Okay, so it looks like this is what I was working on. Is I need to see redirect. Okay, so I get the... You get the redirect directive during parsing, which is like the parse quotes. Here, what do we do here? Here we probably like set... What do we need to do here? Oh, you know what? It's, how do we... Okay, here we set probably how we open the file or something for writing. Since some methods... You guys probably can't see that. Whatever, you'll see it in a minute. Here we're gonna set in this match, we're gonna set how we open the file for writing, since some methods require you to, like when you open the file, it's gonna open and overwrite by default, versus sometimes you can open it and write without overwriting. Okay, to either overwrite or preserve contents. Hello? Okay. So we're going to do that. If we are appending, we need to append that properly. So here we are going to preserve. So this potentially changes. What does this change? This probably changes a lot of this whole section. To do this, nukes the file. You need to adapt to the redirect. So I think we'll probably end up moving some of this logic into like this section or something. Honest question, why this font? The stroke looks kind of like a dyslexia-friendly font. I like it because it reminds me of the same font that they use in the Pokemon, like the older Pokemon games. That's what it reminds me of. You can do less detailed in the code too and expand on it through a document. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Do you reference the document at all, Yeti? Okay. What's the name of the font? It is... Okay, wait. I'm going to put... hold on. Font... I can do that and I'll pin it. Usually no, but it helps if you're totally lost. Okay, okay. That is fair. That is very fair. Okay, so I have to look at how do I want to preserve text contents. Okay, creates a new file, writes bytes to it, reads the contents into a string. You can also use read. Let's see. Read only. Create a file if it doesn't exist. We'll truncate it if it does. If a file exists at the target location, will fail with an already exists. That's if I do create new. Okay, instead of open options.new append true, you can write file options append true open avoids. Okay, so append, it looks like that is maybe one of the... Okay. Y'all can't see what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at the docs. All right, so we can preserve, we can open that by preserving it. We can do file options open. What about, can I do file options append for returns an open options object? Oh, interesting. Wait. Create new, create buffered. I feel like I can probably creates a new file, writes bytes to it. It's file create. Let's see if that, let's just try it and see if that works. So we're gonna go here. We'll do, actually I'll steal this. Out path is redirect.path. Do I want this in? I could match it down here actually. So if we've gotten a redirect path, okay. So we've received a redirect path. We now have the file path. We need to change how we're opening the path. We do a, what was it even? Match. Okay, hold on. We do match redirect. And then we'll do, why are you mad? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, then we'll do standard out, redirect standard out. We'll do create, it creates. I can't remember syntax. I think it's maybe that. Okay. And then file create, unwrap, or else. We could basically do this inside of the redirect. We'll change it to a different kind of read. And then we'll do append standard out. This one is going to be maybe the same. We're okay to duplicate code right now too, because we're just like, you know what the frick is even going to work? So that's fine. And I think this one we just change append to true. Oh, it doesn't know what that is. No. For enum result T in the current scope. No. Okay. So I have to look at, let me open options. Their aliases. Oh, for commonly used options in this builder. Okay. So options, generally speaking, when you use open options, you'll first call the open options new and then chain calls. So opening a file to read, opening a file for reading and writing. Okay, as well as creating one if it doesn't exist. Okay. So we could basically have this we can change to open options new. Hello, I can't type. Open options, we'll do new, and we'll say, okay, and then this would be dot open, and that's gonna be the path. We'll say new, we'll say create. Create true. I'll move this to the end, seems to be the most common thing. And then what does that return? Creating if it doesn't exist. I don't think it's, oh, it just returns, does it return else? Okay, we'll see. So we can try that. We can match redirect. This is, we ignore the other ones for right now. Do nothing. Can I just do it like that or something? For just like do nothing? Okay. This, it's so bad. Non-exhaustive. Wait, is it still non-exhaustive? Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think it's exactly Capuchin theme. I think it's either Capuchin, one of the Mocha variant is my guess. It's either that or it's a Doom one. I can't quite remember right this second. What are you mad about? Expected an item? Oh no, what have I done here? I don't know why it's expecting anything. Binding declared but left uninitialized. Oh, I see. Well, pretty much what I could do is it's either appending or it's not. I could append standard out. Yeah, because it's going to be different each time. Can you demo the code? I don't know if it runs right now. Okay, so basically maybe I'll just do this and actually just make it any, oh, but then it's gonna be any other case. I'll just steal this right now. It's gonna be a little bit gnarly, but that's fine. Okay, we gotta clean this up. To do, yeah, we're gonna clean that up to, we're gonna say, simplify. Okay, let's see. I don't even know if this thing runs, TBH. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I need to test. So this is in my shell. I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. Let me full screen it actually. Space OT. Do fish. I'll make the text a little bit bigger for y'all. We can cargo run it. We can see. Let's do like LSL redirect to test.txt or something. Okay. Oops. There's no completions in my shell, okay? It's rough out here. Okay, so that worked. but then we're redirecting. We need to see if we can do that. I think it was it, hold on, I gotta check the, okay. So I gotta add, let's do echo, we'll say echo second, and we'll just direct that to, what was this, text.txt? Okay, cat text.txt. Oh shit, it works. Okay, dope. Okay, good. I guess for the shell, you don't have to write your own echo, etc. You're just using stuff in user bin. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, well that works. So that's actually huge. So what I'll do is I will first commit the working changes. And then what else? What did I change here? Sure. We are committing my notes. Yeah, I think, what did I add here? Enumutils. Address to line. I don't remember. Oh, depths for backtrace. When am I even using that? Hold on. Am I goofy? Where did I add that? Oh, there anyhow, backtrace. Is it a depth? Oh, it's a backtrace. When am I using backtrace? Backtrace. Huh. Okay. Is executable anyhow. Okay, it's probably a depth for one of these, is my guess. Yeah. I'm gonna guess it's from, must be one of these. It could be is executable maybe. Where's cargo? Does it say the depth? Oh, it does say the depths. Okay, so where is backtrace in here? Backtrace, package failure. What is failure for? Hold on. Enumutils. Oh, okay. That is in fact something we need. That's so interesting. Okay, cool. I realize I've never read the cargo log. Which, like, why would you? You know what I mean? But also in today's day and age, maybe we should be. People barely reading code, okay? They're just I don't know that people are reading any of the depths. I've heard some people say though that now they have more trust issues than ever with their dependencies. All right. We are gonna change into fish because I can't do that. You know what I mean? Okay. So feature, we are redirect standard out to append to file. And then we're gonna, I guess I could have just closed that buffer, but whatevs. Whatevs. Okay, and then here, we're just gonna try and simplify this a little bit, probably. This doesn't need to be such a chonker in here. I think, what do I wanna do here? So, what function is this in? This is in my eval. This doesn't need to be the biggest thing in the world. We can maybe do something of like handle redirect or something and have it, what's it gonna return? It returns a buff writer. Do I have the buff writer with the box and stuff? I think, wait, did it have an autocomplete? I don't remember what the, I think, what is it? Boxed in? Something like that. Okay. Close enough. Okay, so we'll do a handle redirect. Can we give it a redirect? I think we can give it a redirect. I don't remember how to do type declarations. Okay, we're good. We're good. We could honestly just have redirect standard out. I feel like I could have it with like a Boolean. Like it could like toggle whether or not we're appending. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be anything crazy. I don't know that we necessarily need a whole dedicated append thing, because what's happening if it doesn't exist? It just creates a new... It just creates a new file and wipes it. What do you use for dev env on NixOS? I just use like, I just be having Nix flakes and using Nix develop. That's all. I actually need to grab some water. I am parched. I'll be right back. Oh, you can do constant value generics, but it's not gonna be a runtime Boolean. Yeah. I also need to get used to using generics because like Go like didn't have generics for so long. I can ask, you know, I might ask the robots, the clankers, for some different options. I do feel like it's quite simple to have an enum. I just wouldn't want it to be unclear. Append standard. I mean, maybe it's fine. I mean, this is very readable. I feel like if I tried to make it more concise with the enumeration, then it would make it potentially less clear. Okay, one second. Alrighty. The cover on your chair looks comfy. Honestly, it's really comfy. I got it from Costco. What can I say? I'm just a Kirkland signature girl. Actually, if you want any sheepskin pillows are some of the most comfy pillows you can get. Like they're so soft and plush and nice. This is a sheepskin rug. I think they call it a sheepskin rug from like Costco, but Costco has like a lot of really good quality sheepskin stuff. So this I liked because I initially had it like thrown over. What do you mean, damn, you got money? No. Because the Costco ones are so affordable. Literally, I think this throw was like 35 Canadian dollars. I'm like, that's one of you freaking DoorDashing Chipotle, okay? I know. It's a steal, okay? Do not slander Kirkland's signature in my chat, okay? I won't have it. I won't freaking have it. But yeah, I had this initially like thrown over the back of my couch because it gives such a nice like cozy aesthetic. And then I was like, hold up, wait. I can make my setup even more comfy. I'll have to look around for something similar, but I'm in the UK. Ooh, I mean, I'm sure the UK has a bunch of that stuff. Is Costco big in the UK? I feel like the spaces and stuff are so small by comparison to North America. I don't know if Costco is as big there. I'm a huge Costco fan. Such a Costco girl. They're trying to come to the UK. Do it. I love them so much. Dude, Costco is, okay, don't even get me started, but also let's start. Costco is one of my favorite things ever because the value is so good. Like it's only if you have to like use it. Okay, don't be wasteful. But I get like a handful of things from Costco regularly and it saves me so much money. Like I think, because I also try to eat like, you know, decent amounts of like protein and stuff. And I get okay, listen, my dog is spoiled. So I make my dog's food. And her and I, we share like fish fillets and stuff from Costco. So I'll get like a nice massive amount of, I'll get like 2 kilos of salmon. And then it's like, I portion it out for me. And then sometimes I'll like do some extra portions for me and freeze it. And then she gets the rest. Yeah. Listen, okay, maybe not the salmon. We get whatever, we get like, sometimes she gets salmon, sometimes she get trout. I think trout is more economical. The trout is more economical. Then they also have snapper and tilapia and a bunch of ones that are like, where it's like you get 1.5 kilos of fish and it's like $20 Canadian. I'm like, that's like what, like a little under $15 US is crazy. Yeah. Literally, yeah. My dog is very spoiled. So I'll get meats and stuff from Costco. They're such good value. So highly recommend. Like I think this past 2 weeks, I think I spent like, for both me and my dog, it was like maybe I think about like 200, a little under 250 for like 2 weeks worth of groceries for me. That's like also in a decent amount of meats. Like I'm eating meat like most days of the week. And then my dog also like fully fed for 2 weeks. It's actually really not bad. You can't tell me that's bad. Okay. That's great value. And I got their, like, they have like a beef pot roast. That's so good. And that is like, they have so many meats and stuff that are like vacuum sealed. So they last forever. It's so good. I was like, this is great because I don't gotta commit like crazy amounts of time to cook and stuff, you know? But I actually, so how do I manage to eat everything from Costco? Yeah. So I get a few things that are like core for me. So I don't get like everything. Like if I got cheese from Costco, I would not go through a whole block of cheese before it went bad. But I'll get things that are like, have really good timelines for like when they become perishable. Hold on. Let's switch to chatting for a sec because otherwise people are going to be confused. So what I got most recently, I got it's like vacuum sealed, pre-cooked beef roast that is unreal. And it's good until I think like October, which is crazy. So I got that, which gives me 2 vacuum sealed portions. One of those portions probably lasts me like 4 meals. Cause I usually have like a smaller amount of meat and then like more veggies and stuff like that. So there's that, which basically, yeah, gives me meal prep for a few, like 3-4 days, for at least one meal a day. And then I've been getting the egg whites, which is something that I, for so long, like really wanted to make work, but I couldn't figure out how to enjoy egg whites enough to make that work. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm going to be honest, like an egg white omelet, it's good that can be good, but then it's kind of like, I don't know. For some reason, egg whites, I could never finish them enough. But what I've been doing is now with the egg whites, I've figured out that I really like the Starbucks egg bites. They have like a potato, cheddar, and chive egg bite that they do. And I love that. And even when I don't have much of an appetite in the morning, I can still eat those. And what I realized is I just now make a muffin. I'll like get a little muffin tin and I'll meal prep some egg bites with the egg whites that I get from Costco. And it ends up I get six bites of like, you know, the big egg bites. I get 6 of those with one bottle of the egg whites. So, and those I think also take like a month and a half or so to expire. Like they're good for a while. And I will make those egg bites maybe like once or twice a week. And then, yeah. So I'm like, I got dinner, and then lunch I'll often have. So I get the rotisserie chicken from Costco, which is like one of the best values you can get for meat stuff. And what I'll do is I'll have the chicken breast, because that's like my favorite part. And then I'll just shred up the rest of the meat and freeze it and just throw it into anything whenever I want like additional protein in anything. I'll often make soup with the bones, like the carcass of the rotisserie chicken. I'll make broth with that, and I'll make like a chicken soup and stuff. I do not like wasting food. So I'm like dialed in. Yeah, I actually should probably have a t-shirt that says "Will Code for Food." Will Code for Kirkland signature rotisserie chicken. Oh, wait. I don't know if that one's programmed to my proper... Oh, no, it is. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that didn't make you too hungry. But yeah, I love Costco because it helps me meal prep in a way that like saves me so much money. And the quality of the food is so good. Yeah. Get locked in. Everybody, I believe in you. Rotisserie chicken from the grocery store is always a good option. Yes. But the Costco one is so cheap. Like, I swear, I go to any other grocery store and it's like, honestly, I think now they upped the price to maybe like, it's like double the price of whatever it is at Costco. It's crazy. Do you think it's worth it to manually coding nowadays, or do you think it's better learning software architecture and using agents? I think it depends on your goals, definitely. I think the latter is what a lot of your day-to-day at work is going to look like. I personally think it would make me very uncomfortable. I would feel very dependent on the tool, where like if there's ever an outage or something, you know, I would be a little bit concerned. I think it's still good to know all of your tools, and then AI is one of those tools. You know what I mean? Like you should know how to write code and be adaptable. If anything went down, or if you worked in, like, there's going to continue to be fields that you can work in that are restricted for AI usage. So you are like limiting your potential job opportunities if you don't know how to code. I also like personally, I enjoy coding. So to me, it would like take a lot of the joy away to only delegate all of it to AI. But I know a lot of people are saying like at work, it's mostly their work wants them to just like have AI, like use AI to generate the code, and then they review it and tweak it. But I personally just don't think that you know how to write great software unless you've read a lot of solutions to things and you've tried them yourself. You know? I think it's like, I think you have to know the limit, like I want to say like the limitations of a tool. I think that you can probably get some pretty decent outcomes from it. Like I'm not bashing it in that way, but I think that it can cause, I think that you can hit some limitations with it for sure. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm like, I don't think that you're, I think it was Jeppo, your text, your name is so dark, I can't really see it very well. But one of the chatters was also saying, if you don't write code and read docs, you can't evaluate AI generated code. That's the thing is like, it's like depending on your skill level, I feel like it deserves a very different answer. Depending on your skill level and like why you code, it gives a very, very different answer. I think in Haskell, based as hell. I'm gonna be for real. You guys, I really want to, I finally posted my hypothesis from last stream onto on Twitter, but I do actually really want to field test the results of writing functional program, like functional, sorry, I didn't make words. I really want to test the results of having AI generated code, but in a functional programming language. Because like part of me, I'm like, I feel like functional programming kind of forces you to like write pretty maintainable code. And I'm so curious if it would actually yield like better results than other programming paradigms. I actually think it would be probably, I feel like functional programming and AI generated code might actually give you like the most stable possible solutions. It's hard to jump around a code base you didn't write. Agreed. Wait, why would it be better? Well, because inherently, like by design with functional programming, there is already like immutability. They account for like multi-threading and not being able to have concurrent writes and stuff like that. There's no side effects with like pure functional programming languages. So it's like you're less likely to run into like race conditions and other things that are like really tricky to debug. I'm like, I feel like it could, and it's also very like modular. Like the way that you write functional code is like you wouldn't have a big chonker of a okay, this is actually not that bad. But you know how like I feel like with other programming paradigms you can end up with like super big functions that have like that do so many things, versus like in functional programming you have to like it forces you to break down every single piece of behavior is its own function. And so I'm like, I feel like it'd be pretty hard to have that like bloat in a functional language. I'm so curious. I have to try it. Yeah, that is honestly, I think one of the best things you can learn from functional programming. And I like, disclaimer, like I'm just such a functional wannabe. I've written like some functional code, but like nothing crazy. Okay. I'm not like the most like definitely not a very goated functional programmer, but I do love it. And it's something that I want to spend more time with. But from what I've learned in writing it, I feel like it would be good for that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. JSD. That's what I'm going to do, something like that of like, I think I'm going to try vibe coding the same project in Haskell, probably Haskell. Like, why not Haskell? In Haskell, but Haskell tooling is kind of not great. But a very pure functional language like Haskell, and then something else that's very like wide. Honestly, imagine Haskell versus JavaScript. It's so funny. OCaml's quite good. I think I have to double check with OCaml. Is OCaml one where it, if I recall correctly, OCaml is functional, but it allows for a lot of other, it allows for like non-functional, what's it called? Like it supports some things that are like not pure functional. OCaml's like Rust. It's not a functional language. Yeah, it's not. I need like a pure functional language. Yeah, Gleam is functional programming. Yeah, it can be multi-paradigm. Yeah, exactly. Like I want a pure functional language. I need one for purists. And hopefully I'll grow a neck beard in the process. That would be huge. That would be huge for my reputation. All right, we can just do this handle redirect. We're gonna get, I guess we are, yeah. The only thing is redirect, I feel like this should have the file path. I think that would make a lot more sense. Because I'm getting the out path from where? Oh, redirect. Wait, redirect.path. So I have to check if that exists. Redirect.path. What is this? What is being returned here? Oh. Wait, what? Why is it how does that? Oh, right. I have a function name path. Right. I forgot. Okay, wait, that's awesome. Okay, so I already have a path for the redirect. So I can just move a lot of that logic probably to my helper. Like basically check that it exists. If let some out path for whatever redirect I'm given. Okay, so check if the file exists, which I'm already doing, and then create, basically open the file for a writing as a buff writer. Does that mean this needs to be a pointer? No, because I don't think it'll let me, because then it's like creating something that will live on beyond the scope of the handle redirect function, which I think the borrow checker will be pissed about. All right, so I could probably just honestly get rid of a lot of this then. So I can do check if the file exists. We get out path as a redirect dot path, and then we add the match, like all of this. All of this goes here. Okay. If we do that, we std out buff, and then it's pretty much this one if it's redirect standard out or okay. So what I'm thinking actually is that I can probably, can I do this? Let file, and then otherwise we overwrite the file. Matches this different indentation. Okay, stop being so mad. Chill. Okay, so I think that, and then we, for standard out, we do that. And then for standard error, we just basically do the same thing, but it's for standard error. And I think that's the same as what we were doing here. So that's standard out. Standard error is std error buff. Oh, but then frick. But then I don't know when I'm returning this if it's a standard error, standard out result is kind of my one thing. Let's see. I could also just keep that function there and just do the file creation out to its own function. I mean, but I do prefer this. What's your POV about herder? I haven't heard of that. Isn't Elm functional? It is, yeah. Yeah, OCaml does allow for side effects. It's honestly, it's kind of annoying writing in a language that doesn't allow for side effects because it's so rigid. But at the same time, I feel like it would actually be really good. Yeah, that's the Legume. That's exactly what Legume is saying. They're like, in my limited experience, languages that aren't quite pure, like OCaml and Rest, are a lot nicer to work with than Haskell. Yeah, I think for humans, a lot nicer to work with. But I do think that if it's kind of terrible for humans to work with, it might be perfect. All right, so I gotta figure this out. Then I don't know the problem. Okay, problem with this, what's option? Okay, you know what? We'll sketch it out. We'll sketch it out and then I decide. This I think needs to be, and I think I need to, hold on. I think I actually need to do, am I returning that? Standard error, standard out. I could also just try, redirect. So if I get a redirect for standard error, how do I want to decide that it's standard error? Let me see. There's some pattern or something that exists out there already. hold on. Okay, let's try something. Don't worry guys, I'm working with AI a little bit, okay? I'm gonna brainstorm a second here, see if there's any existing like patterns or something that I could use. Look in my code in the main.rs file. In the eval and handle redirect, actually I can probably show this. In the eval and handle redirect, hello? Functions. I'm trying to differentiate between standard out and standard error, either overwriting or appending to a file on redirect. My goal is to, I guess, defer the logic for this redirect type check to the handle redirect function, but then I have no way to cleanly differentiate the result of that function as a standard error or standard out buffer. Are there existing patterns that I can use to help inform my decision? Hello? With the design. With this design. Look at, I guess, popular. Look at well-known and respected Rust projects and other resources from prominent Rust developers. I feel like that's the best I can ask. So we'll figure that out. Knowledge gap. What is this? Herder is like Tmux, but also with integrated tabs for agents or something like that. Oh, so it might be similar to Zellige. Zellige basically, I spoke with the author like years ago, but Zellige is a terminal multiplexer, but you can basically bind specific like key binds and shortcuts for specific processes to run, to open as a new pane. So for example, when Aram showed me Zellige, he had a shortcut bound to running cargo test in the current directory, which was pretty cool. Yeah, like he had a bunch of like specific bindings, and it's like his, like just to paraphrase and, you know, not to put words in his mouth at all, but from what I remember, his idea with Zellige is more to create like a developer environment more than a Tmux replacement. It's basically, it's like, okay, you can simplify and map out key parts of your workflows and just make them like easier to access kind of thing. These people who are flogging over Herder, like why I'm ditching Tmux for Herder, are just on the payroll. What's the inside take? I'm so pessimistic. I haven't tried it at all. This is the first I'm hearing about it. I don't know. Actually, we can look into it later. herder. I mean, it just so depends on like, what are you using Tmux for? You know, like I use Tmux for, oh, it is very heavy. Like the wait, also this is such an interesting website. Okay. Run all of your coding agents from one terminal on any box, even over SSH. Each runs in its own terminal on a server that keeps it alive when you close the laptop. See blocked, working and done at a glance, and reattach from your phone. Oh, interesting. Well, so this seems, yeah, agent multiplexer. Guys, I don't think this replaces Tmux. I'm gonna be honest. This is a different product. Y'all see multiplexer, and you're like, wait, that's a different product. Ain't no way. Wait, hold on. We can keep it up for a sec. Yeah, this I think this makes sense probably if you have like very AI heavy workflows. Like a lot of people that sorry, I'm moving the mic around and it doesn't move. Yeah, this is not Tmux at all. This is just like basically agent management. And honestly, it looks like a pretty decent project. I feel like if I was working with like a bunch of different agents running concurrently, yeah, for sure I would probably look into this. It looks like a good interface to switch back and forth between this stuff. As someone who's hearing about it for the first time. Yeah, like I just don't agree that this is a Tmux alternative or rewrite or anything. Because this also seems different. It looks like each runs in its own terminal on a server that keeps it alive when you close the laptop. This is like, so Tmux is what you can use to connect to any server. This looks like it connects to proprietary like cloud server. This is just like an interface to interact with like cloud agents, basically. This is not Tmux. The only similarity that this has with Tmux, and again, this is on first glance. The only similarity that this has with Tmux is that it's a multiplexer. But even in that case, is it like, I'd have to see how you run it and stuff. Okay, SSH in and run herder on the remote shell. The session stays after you detach. Okay, so you can run it on a server. So this basically just has something like Tmux built in. Like Tmux, or even why am I blanking on the name right now? Not Sheets. Literally, oh my god, the GNU option. It's like page, or sheet, or like something is, literally screen. Yeah, like it seems like it just has something for persistent sessions. Rail panes, mouse first. I'm going to be honest. I think this is missing what people like about Tmux. They're real panes though, because they got mouse first panes. Okay, so it does run in your shell, and okay. I do like that it's got a powerful CLI. That's cool. Detach and reattach. They survive the terminal closing. Honestly, this is a great, I feel like this is a very relevant product. Like, I think that this company did a good job at assessing what the needs are right now and like jumping on that. The fact that they did integrate something that allows for session persistence is actually pretty huge. Not really, it has mouse support. Then why'd they say it's mouse first? They said it themselves, mouse first panes. For what it's worth, I haven't tried it. You guys, y'all literally just told me about this. Okay, I'm catching up. But What does it say? Curl and use. Yeah, interesting. I believe it's literally a Tmux server on background. Wow. Tmux has mouse support too. You just have to enable it. Yeah. I know. It all has mouse support. It's just, I just thought it was funny that their first description of their panes, they say mouse first. It is opt-in. Mouse support means it's enabled by default, technically mouse first. Finally, someone who writes code by themselves. All these vibe coders are all over Twitch. Wait, really? I feel like the Twitch dev community, I have not seen much vibe coding unless I'm like out of it. It's actually really good. Hardcore Tmux user here for 8 years. Really good for plugins and making things on top of it. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a product that is very thoughtfully made. Yeah. Twitch is flooded with vibe coding. Oh my God. They don't know what it's like. They don't know that they don't have that bravery that we need to embarrass ourselves online. You know what I mean? They don't got that. They don't got that. They don't know the freedom it feels to be cringe, okay? Oh yeah, but I was asking Clanker to help me with this. I could just read the code, but I could have just read the code at this point from other projects. Basically, I'm asking, so what I'm trying to figure out, Prevent, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nothing's cringe or embarrassing about caring for a craft. It's true. It's only, I mean, like the days where you're like, your brain is not working and you're like, I got to power through it. Also, Digital, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. I also think I forgot to thank a bunch of subs because we were doing co-working. So Durdude, thank you so much for the Prime. Timothy, thank you for the Prime. Daniil, thank you for 17 months. I appreciate that. Judy, thank you for 12 months. KVN, thank you so much for the tier 3. Sublime, thank you for the tier 1. And Sean, thank you for the tier 1. Who else? I think we're good. Who is it? You're not cringers, just fine. Nightshade Dude, on the other hand, yeah, you're real. We can get them. Twitch and YouTube, a lot of vibe coding. OMG. It's because, like, it is honestly so much. I don't think I think it's cool to like show your creativity and things that you're building, but at the same time being like, oh, I built this week and I built this week and whatever. I just think that I think it could lead to more imposter syndrome and or more feelings of I am not doing enough, which I think has already been plaguing the software industry for so long. But that being said, me who's like been writing a shell for that's taken so much longer than it needed to, I do think that I do want to try like scoping my projects a little bit better of like how much of a shell could I build in 1 week? You know what I mean? If I just put my head down for it. I feel like that is one thing I could probably encourage through my content is like giving ourselves better constraints. So funny. Okay. Let's see what this creature said. So I asked this because basically the issue that I was running into with my current solution is I have a bunch of logic in my eval loop that is separating out between whether it's standard out or standard error that's getting redirected to a file. And depending on that, it's either I want it to either overwrite the contents or append the contents. So I realized I was like, I don't know what a good pattern for this is. Typically, if I was going to do this, like if you wanted to do this 100% manually, you can just go to like, I could go to RipGrep, I could go to like any other shell projects that are open source, and I could look at the source code, see how they're doing redirects. In this case, I decided to ask AI. I said, look at my code in the main.rs file, in the eval, and handle redirect functions. I'm trying to differentiate between standard out and standard error, either overwriting or appending to a file on redirect. My goal is to defer the logic for this redirect type check to the handle redirect function, but then I have no way to cleanly differentiate the result of that function as either standard error or standard out buffers. Are there any existing patterns that I could use to help inform my decision with this design? Look at well-known and respected Rust projects and other sources from prominent Rust developers. And then it did a bunch of checks on stuff. And now let's see what it said. Okay. Yeah. So we'll see what conclusion the creature is going to suggest. Okay. So it says I have one enum encoding two separate axes, which stream and how to open the file. Yeah, I did notice that. So right now I have append standard out, and then I have also standard out, standard error. For redirect, there's always going to be at least two of the enumerations that are being used. Like for standard out, there's either append or overwrite, and then for standard error, there's either append or overwrite. Yeah. So, okay. So let's see. It can cleanly decide overwrite versus append, but a single buff writer return also can't say put this in standard error. It's a well-worn design smelt in Rust. The usual fix is to split those axes and then either return a tagged writer or always produce a complete standard out, standard error pair. That's true. I could have like a tuple or something that would have like standard out and standard error, and it would always give a result. Return a tagged writer. I don't know what a tagged writer would be. Okay, let's see what some other projects do. So New Shell and Brush. New Shell models redirect as a product of two types. So they get a redirection. Okay, they have an enum for a redirection source that is standard out, standard error, or both. And then they have a redirection target is either going to be a file or a pipe. And then they also have pipe. Wow, append, span. Interesting. Okay. Okay, and then they also have pipeline redirection, which is single or separate. I don't know what these mean yet. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what those mean. The tuple idea is using the standard library. Interesting. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I think the tuple thing could be a good call. I do also just have to think redirection pipe. I mean, that's also true is I don't handle piping yet. So this is probably a pattern I'm going to have to look at down the line. I'm just going to like take note of it on my thing. Okay. So we're looking at, this is for my shell project. I'm eventually going to have to look at the redirection target because that will also change things. It's either going to be a pipe or a file. Okay, that's a good point. I'm going to have to consider that at one point. Alrighty. So then Brush is a POSIX-ish Rust shell. It does the same thing, more FD oriented. Okay, option is an IO FD, which is going to be some descriptor. File redirect kind, just going to be write, append, read. I do like that write versus append. I guess like append and overwrite is also fine, but I like write versus append as options for my enum. What else? Setup redirect opens open options from the kind, installs the handles, never returns a writer that might be standard out or standard error. It mutates the write slot in an IO table. Okay, that sounds way more complicated than I want to do. I don't want to do that. So append versus truncate and standard out are fighting for the same match arm. Okay, true. Always hold both streams. Standard process keeps SD error as separate fields. Meaning command standard out, command standard error. Configuration is per stream, not one redirect result. Brush follows that. It's setup, it fills an open files map, and callers ask for params standard out. Ooh, wait, I do like the idea of using a map actually. Well, I could possibly have an enum with, I could possibly have an enum with standard out, standard error as the redirect source, and then have the target as, which is another enum type, as the value for each of those, where it's either going to be like write or append. That could work. Okay, I'm going to make note of that. Because I feel like that would make sense. Okay, then I'm going to do standard out. That might have the redirection target. And standard error, which is the same, and then none. So that could be good. Orthogonal open options. Open mode is not a which stream, it is flags. Create append truncate. It takes append as a Boolean, opens files with that flag. You know what? That's also pretty valid. Okay, interesting. I do kind of like that because that also does make sense where I could just have a consistent way that I'm opening, like in here where I'm doing append standard out, I'm just setting append to true. So I could also just have a field in standard out or standard error that has a Boolean value for append. Hi, Dent. Welcome in. Welcome in. Didn't know you streamed too. I watch your YouTube channel. Good stuff. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'm a streamer. I've been a streamer. That's the OG. The OG content that I've been doing, streaming. Right? Yeah. Shio Ramen, that's how I feel too. So Shio is saying, great to see you streaming this challenge. I did this challenge in C initially with spaghetti code and memory leaks, but I learned a lot as I iterate. That is, I do think it teaches you a really good kind of expectation of when you are writing code, it's a sketch the whole way through. You know, you writing that shit in pencil because you're going to have to rewrite a bunch of your solution as different things come up. And I think that's a very real lesson that we can take as devs. Okay. So what are some patterns that fit my goals? Okay. So there's this one where it's an IO context. This is to defer to handle redirect. Return a mutated struct that always has both writers. So I can have a struct of IO that will have a writer for standard out, standard error. You can apply the redirect. It'll create a new one. You can also modify what buff writer it contains based on the kind of redirect that you have. Eval currently never asks, is this buffer standard out or standard error? It already has both. This is the brush/child shape. The only other thing do I need to consider? I don't think I need to necessarily consider if it's standard out and standard error that are being redirected to a file. Because I think I'll handle that anyway. I don't think it changes anything. You know? Like I feel like I can always just add a condition for that if I've already got it split out like this. Okay. And then a tagged return if you want a function that returns the redirected side only. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you have an enum for redirected that has a standard out and standard error that both contain a buff writer. Then match once in eval to assign. This is fine for one redirect. It gets noisier as you add additional kinds of redirects. Yeah, this one. So like, I think it's this. Do both. Actually, both of these I think might redirect standard out and standard error. Okay, redesign the enum as a product. Parsing still produces one value. Opening only needs a mode. Wiring only needs stream. Same idea as new shells, source and append. Okay, so the stream is either going to be standard out or standard error, which in the future when I want to do the redirecting both, I could do standard out, standard error, and standard out and standard error. You know what I mean? Like I could have an additional stream option. The open mode can be truncate and append. And then, wait, but then struct. Okay, the only thing with this one, source and append. Let me look at the new shell solution again. Because I think single and separate pipe file. Oh God. Hold on, my brain is breaking a little bit because I'm like, I think you can redirect to standard out and standard error in the same line. Like they can both redirect different different inputs, I think. Hold on. Let me look at the challenge again. By the way, a lot of the times the AI suggestions for a boxed in trait can be replaced with generics. That is actually a good reminder because I did know that, but I also haven't really looked into generics for this project really. Buffer. I think for buff writer, I think that one was complicated because it was like I can't remember. I guess buff writer does take generics. When will you go back to Neoven, by the way? I'm on the dark side, okay? I love Emacs. Okay. Parsing still produces one value. Split redirect into a stream in open mode. Or keep the variance, but add a stream in open mode so handle redirect does not re-encode destination in the return type. Make handle redirect and apply redirect, produce an IO standard out, standard error with terminal defaults, and then overwrite the one redirected side. I don't think that is a good solution. Handle redirect to produce an IO standard out, standard error. I mean, that one I guess I could also, once it comes time for me to do the double thing, then I could add an additional case for that. Or will I need to? I don't know. Okay, that matches how shells and standard process think about the problem. Redirects configured to an IO environment. They do not return an ambiguous single writer. A tagged redirected enum is the next best option. If you want a smaller change and only one redirect at a time. I need to look at the challenge again because I think, hold on. Let me look at this. Okay. So this one appends the output, I think let me look at append standard error. Can I look? Okay, I can still look at it. Appends a standard error to a file. Built-in. Okay, why is this the end? It's not. Are we not going to do the file name completion, programmable completion? There's so much still to do. Pipelines with built-ins. I guess are we not worrying about doing both? Or there's a chance that they just test on it anyway. Existing file content, standard out still appears in the terminal, is not redirected. Files are created if they don't exist. It seems like they're not, there's no case where they are redirecting both, which seems relatively incomplete. Like, you know? Okay. All right. Okay. So what did I decide on? So my enum, I liked the idea of when I go to a redirect. Oh wait, here, actually I'll do it on this window so y'all can see it properly. So here, I think I need to break this up. We need to break it up into enum. We'll do redirect target, and it's gonna be, I liked that one. And that one we'll do, I think we'll do write, and we'll do append. Okay, we'll do write and append, and I think we'll also do, I don't know why this is like, why are you being scuffed? Unknown, expected unknown. Oh, I think I started writing a function that I didn't complete. Okay, we're gonna do write and append, and each of these, we have a redirect, redirect source is gonna be either standard out, standard error, and then it's gonna have a write or append. I did also kind of like the idea of none. I did also kind of like the idea of having, I think, did I like the struct? I was like, oh, I could have a tuple that was standard out and standard error. And each of them had, what would they need? Let me go to, I think something handle redirect or something. 157. Okay. Actually, let me do 157, 263. Okay. Unclosed delimiter. Okay, valid crash out. I'm gonna be honest. You're allowed to be upset with that. This is all gonna have to change. Oh, is this thing open source? I can't see any links in the description. You can see it on my my GitHub. There's a chance I just haven't updated it in a while. It might be in the today command as well. I don't know if I have a link to it. No, I just have my affiliate link to Code Crafters in there. Oh, I think it's because the YouTube also truncates the, or like truncates the thing. All right. Okay, okay. So I could have this. I could have input. When am I using this? I have self and input. Splits argument at the redirect directive to get the file path. Does this work for all of them? Out path is input dot that cloned. I don't know if this always works. I have to double check that index, iter, position. Okay, so I'm looking through the input. I'm looking for the position where, oh, it's self.toString. And toString I have. Oh no, that's why I did that. Okay. Redirect target. I think standard out. Redirect source. I think this still, I don't know that this makes sense anymore. So this, I could have a, here's what I was thinking, is that I could have a redirect target in here. And then the only thing is that now, it doesn't implement debug. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, this is a touch not awesome. I mean, maybe it's, that's fine. Maybe it's fine. Redirect source. I could maybe do implement redirect target. I should probably move this actually. Move you to up here. Pasted that in the wrong spot. It's fine. That. Bring you up there. Redirect target. I could do basically steal this, but make it for write and append. But it's always gonna look different. Oh, this is not. What do I want to do here? Okay, so what are valid? Okay, what are valid redirect commands for write, append, etc. Okay, so if it, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be, let me look at the, move that back. Okay, shall redirect to file, append. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it can be standard output redirect. So this is going to be, can I do this? Hold on, I'm going to try something. Right. Oh wait, it's redirect target, my bad. It's going to be string from, oh, okay. There's a chance that that works. Redirect. Whoa, what did I do? Hello. Redirect target. Also right. And then this one could be, the only downside is that this also means that it's not gonna support like the ampersand stuff. Cannot find type redirect. Oh yeah, I'll have to change this. Oh, what is happening? What am I doing? There we go. That I'll have to change to redirect source. Okay. And then this one is a variant with a similar name. Oh. Okay, and then the same thing here, but just with append. Okay, this seems like it could potentially be a thing. Oh my God. Okay, this we also haven't done yet. And then we'll have to do redirect source. Do I have one for none? If there's no redirects, it would basically, I think that's more so, need one for standard out. That's going to be target. It's going to be none. And then it's going to be, surely there's a way too for me to like, is there a way for me to that and then like redirect? I should really change this so that it's like a little less standard error. Redirect target. Target is none. Me writing the least legible thing. You guys can't even see what I'm writing, I don't think. String dot from empty. Okay. Okay, I think that's gonna be this evil. Oh, what did I do? Unfortunately, YouTube chat might have just gotten hoed. They did in fact. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's kind of the brutal thing is I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the ampersand support in there. Not ideal. Okay. So we did that. Now we have a redirect source. That's going to be, why did this panic? Oh, I don't think I need, wait, why is it panicking actually? Oh, is it because the other one also needs to, unskip variant cannot have fields. An unskip variant cannot have fields. What does that mean? I'm gonna guess that it's redirect target not having the toString thing implemented. Which does it need to? I'm gonna just not have that in there. I don't think you need that. Can I just do that? And then is it still mad? It's still mad. I don't know what that means. Comma use this is your create end args. I cannot find type redirect in the scope. Use of undeclared type redirect. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of places where I have to change the thing, the redirect source, and then can I have I feel like I could just in my eval have a tuple that is standard out, standard error. Match find executable. Where is my eval? Okay. Alrighty, so can I just do, I'll just do let, see errors equal to something like this. Wait, hold on, let me see even how to declare Rust. Oh, okay. Creates tuple containing integer string and a floating point. Actually, I'll just make it IO. Let IO equal, it's gonna be redirect source. Maybe this is honestly, maybe I do a little structure-ooski. Why do I need to do a tuple? No need. I think I have to do a dedicated struct, right? Standard error, standard out. I mean, I don't really need to necessarily because I can also just have, okay. Thinking out loud. What is happening? Okay, there we go. Let's do, we'll do standard out. where it is none. And then we'll do redirect source as standard error. And then this is also going to be none by default. Right? This is maybe mad. Oh, it's... This also is going to want the... surely there's a way for me to not have to do this, but I forget what it is. Redirect target none. Actually, wait, can I even modify this? I don't even know. There's a chance that I can't, because that's a variant. If it's none by default, and we go through it. You can use underscores in the type definition. Oh, really? For the enums? Hold on. I don't remember what those are. Oh. Let foo underscore type build. Oh, I see what you mean. And then only define it. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. So in here, I could just do is equal to let foo. It's okay. We'll see. Expected semicolon. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna have IO. I'm gonna have a handle redirect thing. Gee, hello. Thank you so much for the raid, lovely. Hello. How y'all doing? We're doing a little cozy coding stream. I hope you had a wonderful stream, my love. Where is she in the world? From Romania. Finally correct raid. I did hear about that last time. I'm gonna be honest, your chat ratted you out so fast. Okay? So fast. How's it going, man? How are the travel? Yeah, little snitches. Don't they know snitches get stitches? Am I right? Freaking chat. Y'all are coming in from Romania. How go the travels? Chatters, what's the favorite food so far? For those of you who don't know, I do coding streams on Thursdays because I like doing software development. And then we do kind of whatever. We talk a lot about tech on this channel. We catch up on all that on Wednesdays also at 12 p.m. And then I stream a bunch of other random days now where we just kind of, whenever I got to film anything. They made me eat pork brain. You're so brave. You're so freaking brave. I'm going to be so honest. That's crazy. That's wild. Her intelligence went up by 10 points. I believe it. I mean, listen, she's so smart though. She's already so smart. That is so brave of you though. Her traveling all over the place, eating everything. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to study time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now she had 200 IQ. Let's freaking go. I'm realizing I had to rewrite a bunch of stuff, and now I'm like, this is a whole can of worms. I'm going to be so for real. This is a whole can of worms. I also am like, I think if we be trying to problem solve, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the best solution is here right this moment. Okay. But yeah. I think that there's a chance I'm doing too much. is kind of the play. We're testing my brain capacity today too. You know what? I need it more than her. The 200 IQ buff. I need it. She already so smart. What the frick am I supposed to do? Okay, and then I'm just gonna undo all of this stuff that we did. Cause now I gotta figure out how to match this. Redirect source. I do feel like I need these, but then I can't modify them is my thing. Oh no! But yeah, I hope y'all are having a wonderful rest of your time. Yeah, I do have AI more so as a helper. I was getting it to figure out some different patterns for me that I could use in trying to figure out some of the design for this. Because I realized I was like at a bit of I was like, ooh, you know, I was at a bit of a gap. I was like, I can mess around with this or I can get it to recap how some other projects do it and then make a decision from there. This is like kind of what I want. This kind of, you know what? This might be what I want. Is just to have the buffer in there. Because basically the main problem right now, for those of you who are interested in the software stuff. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. I forgot to switch back to coding. Has the camera tilted slightly since yesterday? Listen, I am going to be honest. I can't see straight lines. It is, in fact, a little bit slanted. My bad. Okay. Redirect source. So this, I think, actually we want the boxed in here. What was it even? Where even are you? Buff writer. We steal this. Hear me out. We steal this. We put that in the redirect source. Okay. Boxed in right. Don't know that I can do that yet, actually. Box. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so many raids. Cassie, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. What the heck? That's so thoughtful. Thank you, thank you. Oh no. Oh, it's probably gonna be my string thing. Which I don't think oh, this is gonna be so bad. This is gonna be so bad. Okay. I think maybe for this, it's like, what could I do for this? Because basically the problem, oh here, I'll close this one because you guys, you're not even seeing what I'm talking about. What's up, Cassie? We are currently, I'm trying to figure out how to restructure my program to be able to, we're writing a shell in Rust and I'm trying to restructure it so that I can do all the operations that I need to do, which is currently appending to a file for standard out and standard error. But the problem is I think the way that I've structured my code is not ideal. We were talking about new stacked PRs on GitHub. Let's freaking go. Nice, nice. What are stacked PRs? Is it basically like related pull requests? Sorry, this has already been asked, but can you, what made you pick up Rust after Go? Any particular things that made it interesting? Honestly, the open source ecosystem, there's a lot, like the open source ecosystem, the satisfaction rates with Rust are really, really high. Also, a lot of companies are deciding to pivot to Rust. Oh, it's PRs dependent on each other? Actually huge. That is actually freaking huge. Rust is fun to write. It is honestly really fun to write. But the only thing is the skill issues that I'm facing right now. Evil. I feel like what I could have is like, could I not just have a map where it's like all of the valid combinations? So it's like valid combos for write. Go inside, you know? It's be like write and then valid combos for write. And then same with append and stuff. And then just match that. I feel like that could work. I feel like that really could work. In which case, I do think I need that. Can I make that a const? Can I make a const map? I don't know. I have to say open source. Julia got to take a hot take on open source. Okay. Julia says, I have to say open source is kind of pointless now. People use AI to launder the license in a few minutes. I don't know that that's like always necessarily been the point of open source. I think licensing in open source has always been kind of notoriously difficult to enforce. Yeah. I do think it's nice. Like, to me, open source is awesome. Like, you can learn so much from other people's code. I think it's really amazing that they share their code, make it publicly available, make it belong to the people. I think that's really important. I think it's, as somebody who has maintained some open source projects that were quite popular, I will say it is difficult to preserve quality in open source. I think there is a bit of a case, especially now. I understand why a lot of projects are starting to restrict trust to specific contributors and stuff, because it's so easy to be like, oh, I want this feature and I want this feature. And then it just becomes like the most bloated piece of software ever. And it completely steers away from the initial path that they were hoping for. Yeah. I'm learning Rust, but Go is still too much in my heart. Go's generic methods are coming soon. Ooh, let's go. A star says, open source has been a disaster for my company. I like my crabs, a data-driven C++ API, but it's a disaster. They should have focused on TypeScript and Python. Wait, what? Data-driven agentic C++ API? But it's a disaster. I should have focused on Python and TypeScript. That's such a loaded sentence. I don't know even what... I don't know how to dissect that. I don't know what you're saying. All right, redirect target. Let's try and have a const map in Rust. Can I do that? Const map, const lookup. Let's see. Define a concept map and a const lookup function associated items in a struct. I don't think that's what I want. Create a constant hash map with values in Rust. That's what I want. Lookup table is a hash map with size and hash map from. Okay. Rust's hash map cannot be used to create a const hash map directly because it requires dynamic memory allocation, which is not allowed. What I could do, can you check if a value lives inside of a tuple? But then is a tuple only two pair? It's only pairs? Wait, how? I think it's only two values, right? Or maybe not. Can be in a tuple. I can't remember. I feel like I haven't used that data structure. Like, doesn't exist in Go. Rust. And then also, because I could also just have tuples here, like as part of the definition of right, is that I have a tuple of like allowed of combinations that mean right. Tuple can hold up to 12 values. If you need to store more than 12 values, you can use a struct or an array. Okay. So you can do that. So can I create a enum with tuple, Rust. Can I create that? Create enum variant with, okay, I want to create an enum variant with a tuple and see if that works. Tuple variant with unnamed fields. And then create an instance of the variant. I mean, that could possibly work. I mean, I could just have a const string of right values. Maybe I don't gotta do too crazy. Oh wait, there's probably something else. Constant Rust. Me forgetting all of my Rust stuff. I haven't written Rust in like over a month probably. So bear with me, okay? Let's see. Yeah, okay, it is in fact a thing. Can I have a const? I don't think that's even what I need. I need a... I just want like an immutable... I want an immutable list. You were doing it right. Just need to type. Actually, maybe not if you're on the newer toolchain. We will... I would make typed tuples structs instead. I just want like a... Oh, you know what? I could also just have a function. We can just be functional. Let's just freaking... is right. We'll do that. It's going to take an input that's a string. Why is it like that? Okay. It's going to take an input that's a string. It's going to return a bool. And this will just get it to check if the input is a string. And we'll just do that for, I think, all of them. Can I actually, wait, I can just do that for is right, is right true. What would that end up looking like in practice though? So let's say we're going to receive something. We're going to receive something that is going to be, we're going to be parsing. We're going to get a string of like that, for example. We are going to have to we're going to have to set the redirect target for, actually, right, it could be redirect target. It's true. You know what? I wonder if we should just do, right append or none. I could just do, if it's right, do I even need this? What do you mean by be functional? I was just kind of like, oh, I can just have a function that does a check instead of having, instead of like holding that information within any kind of data structure. I can just like have a function that just has all of the applicable, like it basically the check to whether or not it's a write or append or whatever could just be within a function. We can do check redirect. We can do that, and then we can get it to return. We can get it to return a redirect target, probably, actually. Yeah. We can do something like that. It might turn into an impl. We'll see. Option string, and there's just string, and check redirect. Yeah. Okay. So then we can look at if the input matches. We can do write opts. If it's in, actually, I think I can just do. Can I just do match input? and then have a case for that, or I don't remember. I think it's just like, how do you have multiple options to match single case in Rust? Okay, it is like that. Okay. We can do that. We can do one and what is it, like redirect append me the one that sure. And then that means we'll set, do we even need to set redirect target? Do we set redirect target or just init a buff writer? I feel like we could just init a buff writer. All right. Let's say that we do this. Let's just do that. Check redirect. Okay, standard out, standard error. I think also this standard error. I think I can get rid of this. I'm changing how I'm gonna get the strings. Okay, so this will say this case is gonna be for do one for write. Do one for none, which is pretty much anything else. Okay. So I think I don't even need this. I think I can just create, my guess is that I can just create a buff writer here, check redirect. I think this is pretty much what I wanted to do for like the handle redirect that I have elsewhere. And this right now would be called if let sum out path. So what I was currently doing was that in my eval, I don't know if I can show it here. I mean, I can try. Check redirect. So in this, in my eval, I was getting parse quotes gives a redirect. Okay. Before this was giving a redirect, I was matching something on the string. Unable to execute command. Find executable. This is not. I was doing this in eval. Let's go back to eval. Okay, I was getting the command. I was getting redirect.path. Redirect.path is a function that would get the path of the file. So this was required to basically extract inputs.get. Okay, so this was using the string value of each of the standard out, standard error writes in order to extract the file name. So now we're kind of removing that logic a little bit. So if self to string, input editor, position, self to string. So I think the problem here now is that to get the path for the file, I have to come up with what I'm like, whatever it is that I'm looking for. Hold on. Let me double check what the, oops, I didn't mean to close that. That was my bad. Okay, that was the problem that I did that. Oh well. Okay, I guess it will be closed forever. Okay, so the main thing now that I have to look at, I have to look at parse quotes. This one was defaulting to no redirect. It looks for, okay, it looks for redirect, standard out. Remove from arg. Okay. A standard out, standard error. So what I could do is, so I'm doing in my parse quotes, that is definitely giving me whatever info I need about both standard out and standard error, if they're redirecting at all, and what kind of redirect and the type of redirect. So possibly what I might want to do, instead of even setting this, remove from arg, I could just have a function that right now I'm in, oh, but this is still only matching some cases. If last arg is 2, if last arg is 1, it's a standard out. This one is append standard out. I mean, it's okay. Do I need to know any of this other stuff? I don't. I think it's always just doing. I think I can just change all of this. Ah! I'm gonna have to run to the washroom. Let's see. People feel pressure to contribute to open source. They want, and then they want to run the project, and they spend a lot of time building something that they aren't happy with later. Yeah, that's real about open source. What are you making? We are building a shell in Rust right now. That's the plan for today. The only thing is I'm doing like a huge rewrite, and I'm having to really rethink the structure of everything pretty much. I really don't feel like we need any of this. I feel like we could just do, you know what? I think we just scrap like most of this stuff and just have, let's see. I think we can get away with pretty much just having standard out, standard error as types, and then have like have some kind of data structure that holds those, I guess. Init those, create, okay. My brain, the brain is trying to brain. It's not working. This we don't need though anymore. That we don't need. We need something to, here's what we need to do. We need to add a handler here that will init the boxed in, but we don't have the file name yet. Oh no, that's why it was, oh no, that's why it was weird the way it was. Is because basically in this function where we parse quotes, we're getting those, we get like the names. It's going through every single character and it's like breaking them up. Redirect standard out. You know what? I feel like I could just do, okay, evil. I don't know if we can do this. We could have standard out that has a buff writer. We can also just have it, we need this mostly for, when do we need this? Standard out, buff writer. Don't you tokenize your input strings? What am I doing? Yes, I do. That's what's happening in this though. Is basically when this comes out with a vector of all of my strings. Oh yeah, this is just used a million times. Oh, that's for all my tests. So here is where I do that, get commands and args. Yeah, I guess, I think I was doing that. Where was I doing this before? If that's some first arg, what is first arg? Why did I do this? Input dot first, what am I looking for? I'm gonna be honest. I could have commented this better. I could have added pretty much anything. Oh, the first arg is the command. Okay, I should probably rename that because that is kind of evil. Okay, but pretty much I think, wait, is what I'm doing, I pretty much just get the command filter map arg is not empty, slices always work as reference, arg.to owned. What am I doing right now? Okay, wait, I gotta take a second. I need a short break. I need to think about this, ponder. All right, we're back. We're back. Ready to lock in. Okay. Bye, Simba. Thanks for hanging out. Is that coffee? It's tea. It's decaf tea as well. It's just for the vibes. Okay, so basically I get the command and I get all of the args as a list of strings. So they are getting tokenized. Okay, so the main thing is let me see when I use this. So I get all the args here. I don't know if I'm already doing this. And I don't know why I didn't do it already. But I could try to find a match in the in a like saved list of strings for each redirect command type. So basically have one, map them out to different things. That okay, the main reason why right now in the parse quotes, the main but then I could just I was gonna say the main reason why I have this in here is so that when I redirect it, it doesn't include this arg, but I could actually just not do that in here and just have it in the args list. I could have that be like check for a match to some kind of like valid combination, map that out to whether we're reading, writing, standard out or standard error, remove it from the args. Okay, I should probably make note of this. Okay, so I really wish I was listening to music right now. Daisuki. Alrighty. Okay, what could I do? Okay, what was I even saying? Okay, I could, after tokenizing all inputs, the only thing, we'll see. Okay, after tokenizing all inputs, you can check for a match for a redirect command, then do the whole setup after that. What is the benefit of that compared to what I'm currently doing? The benefit would be, yo, what's up, Gowd? I can barely see your name. It's like I have my Twitch on dark mode and the dark blue is so hard to read. Okay, so the benefits would be that I would have the file name immediately. I would have the file name and the redirect info at the same time, which would allow me, is this also, is the text big enough? Hold on. Okay. Which would allow me to create the boxed in writer, the writer at that time. Okay. Which would allow me to create the writer at that time. Right now, let's compare it to right now. Okay, right now, I register the redirect info in the quote handler. Then, search. I was searching through the then finding the file path. Based on the path function built into redirect. The downsides of the current approach. Let's see, let's actually start that on a new line here. Okay, so the current approach is limited to specific matches, like to a single match. Self.toString. Current approach, I mean, yeah, current approach is only, I'll just say the current approach is only checking a single value for the redirect, which is like self.toString. Also, if we're already doing this check, what purpose does it serve to already have the redirect command defined? Like, it's kind of one of those things where I feel like I don't necessarily need the redirect info until after I'm done tokenizing all the inputs. Because okay, the main thing too is that I'll need to, I also need to remove the redirect directive, I think, and the file. Does it also redirect? Hold on. I gotta check something. I gotta see if it. Also, Ransom, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, is my coding? Is it showing me coding right now? Okay, it is. Good. Let's see. Also need to remove the redirect directive and the file name from the list of args, which I think I'm currently, which is currently happening in the quoted, in quotes handler. Let's go eval. Result redirect, getting the args. What am I using these for? Args.join. Redirect path. Redirect.path with the args. And that looks for a specific match. Does it do anything? It does. It removes the file name and the directive. So in theory, like, why do I even... I really like don't need to have this. This could be having I could look for get the position where x is equal to some value. I could instead look for a match in Then we're going to set that. Then we create. Append. Is there anywhere else where I need that information? I think it's literally just where I am right now. If you guys don't mind the muttering, I'm trying to figure this out. Handle redirect. Parse quotes. Remove from arg. Redirect.toString. Push the redirect character to the list of args for splitting later. Remove the special character. Wait, what the heck does this do? Remove from arg. Push the redirect character to the list of args for splitting later. But what is this doing? Oh, I see. Am I? If that is 1. Redirect is redirect standard out. Oh my god. Okay, remove arc.remove. Okay, so it's pretty much me. Push redirect character. Oh no. Stop. Is this? Oh my god. I think this is a workaround. I think this is a workaround for the fact that my redirects were only handling like a specific combination. So for example, these, I think this remove from arg. If the previous, okay, so if it's an angled bracket and the previous argument was a 1, it's gonna basically like write just the 2 angled brackets into the args because that's the only match for redirecting to standard out that's overwriting. Oh my god. Feeling a proper parse into a syntax tree might be helpful. Yeah. I might have to think about something like that. Let's learn how that works. Input into a formal grammar. Represents detailed parsing process. Final syntactic structure. Okay. Yeah, we're building a shell in Rust right now. Just use AI and be productive. That's not, dude. If you want to watch an AI focused stream, there are so many you can choose from. You're allowed to do whatever you want. You have free will in this world. It's like any integer that can precede the redirect operator, right? Yeah, yeah. I think you're right, though. Probably having a proper parsing and syntax tree would probably be helpful. So now we learn 3 to 4 to 5. Okay. I don't know if this is necessarily the best. Okay, intermediate representation during the compilation process, more detailed and larger. Comments in white space, primarily used for the compiler, not meant for human readability. Final representation for generating machine code or intermediate code, simpler, more abstract. Only includes necessary information for code generation, can be read and understood by humans, provides an abstract view of the source code. Okay, I don't feel like this gave me much of a... The left child of plus is the multiplication operator, which handles the multiplication of 3 and 4. This. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this was... Because the expression contains the... Oh, that's the expression, and this is the... What is T? Just anything? F nodes. I'm doing some exercises from Code Crafters as well, but for JavaScript. Nice. Watching your streams while working on some artwork for a new card game. That sounds so nice. Actually, I'm gonna pivot that one back over here while I find a different source for that. Okay, introducing to parsers. Syntax tree generator, introduction to syntax. Algo Academy, MIT. Oh dear. What's your motivation for creating a new shell? I'm just curious. I want to know what it takes to build a shell. That's my main motivation for like most things that I want to build is just like, I wonder how that works. I really want to break it apart and figure it out. I feel like time spent learning is taken away from building, networking, and applying for jobs. Interesting. Do you feel like you're learning if you're, like, you sound like somebody where you're very, very pro, like, you know, delegating everything to AI. From your comments, that's what it sounds like. Is that, like, do you find like you're learning with that? Do you feel like you could rebuild what you've already built? Like, are you gaining experience? What's the link of the resource? Oh, this one or the project that I'm building, you can do exclamation mark today. Do you have a background in computer science? Yeah. That is what I took in school. I didn't finish my degree though. I quit my degree to work as a software developer full time. Okay, be able to read a grammar, regex to determine whether it matches a sequence of characters. Yes, okay. Be able to use a grammar in combination with a parser generator to parse a character sequence into a parse tree. I do think convert a parse tree into usable data type. Okay, this does sound like what we want. Okay. It really is heartwarming to see someone that still feels love and respect for the good old software craftsmanship. It's so fun. Like, I think, I can understand why a lot of companies want people to use AI very heavily, because it's like the company doesn't, I don't know, like companies, they don't always necessarily care if you are growing. I feel like you kind of have to advocate. I feel like you kind of have to advocate for yourself in that regard. Like they don't really, like you have to be the one to say, hey, if I'm not learning at this job, I will quit, you know? Yeah. So like, I kind of understand why like companies wanting to like very much leverage the use of AI because it can give you results very quickly. But I just feel like it kind of can devalue experience. Take those tokens apart into a syntax tree in which your shell code can then interpret. Okay. Good to know, Prophet. I'll take note of that. Hold on. I'm tethered. I think in this day and age though, I don't have to use AI because I work for myself, because I like, I got nothing I need to ship, I work for myself. I get to make the rules, but I don't think that it's fair for me as somebody with a platform online to completely demonize any specific tool, because I also don't want, like, there are 100% people in this chat that are using AI heavily at work and that are being like, they have to. I feel like it would be more responsible for me as a creator to instead, like, let's not demonize any particular tool. Let's try to make sure that we are adapting whenever it makes sense. And also just making sure that, like, I just want to make sure for longevity that all the bases are covered. Okay. I know the basics. I focus more on system and engineering. Okay, interesting. So what resources have you been using recently to learn to improve in your systems and your? I mean, I guess that's like systems and architecture. Why don't you put your phone on the table and wine your pocket? I don't know. I didn't really think about it that much. I'm tweaking Bash. I love my show right now. Wait, why? Let's see. I think learning. Okay, so Ozzy says I think learning coding or syntax is a moot idea. I think you're allowed to think whatever you'd like. I think that you are going to continuously end up in environments where they prioritize like mainly AI driven development. That might be a great goal for you. I don't think that that's for, like, I think everyone is going to have different preferences. And I think that whatever skills you lean into will shape that. Like if you were to want to work in healthcare or in any industry that's more kind of highly regulated, you might have more restricted uses for AI, where you have to know how to do those things, and it is, I'm going to be honest, it's a skill that like can and will atrophy fairly quickly. Like it's important to keep it up, and it can be a very frustrating one to get back. So I'm not saying that like you need to do this. I'm just saying like, you know, my whole goal right now with the current like landscape of coding is just like, there is no right or wrong. It's a gray area for a reason, you know? I do think though that like AI is a tool that more and more companies are wanting to leverage. So I think that completely demonizing it, I know that it's like honestly valid because there are like some crazy ethical concerns with this technology, but the reality is that it's not going anywhere. And it can only, I think, like having a complete disregard for any new tools or advancements can be a negative thing. Like it can hurt you in the long run. So yeah. But I mean, it's also hard to ignore the lack of reliability in a lot of the software that's shipping nowadays. Dominic says, I think that in a lot of cases, AI takes away learning. I believe you can learn with it, but you have to push yourself to learn with it. Yeah, it's very easy to opt for the easy button. I think you have to just just being able to keep the tolerance for challenge is just something like it's discipline, you know? Even the most disciplined person, if they let themselves be lax on everything, they will get complacent with that. I think that when you have the easy option, it's always a temptation, and I think that the more disciplined you are, the less it is a temptation, and the more willing you are to have like kind of discomfort or like a you know a I don't know, like dopamine tolerance in a sense, that I think that's like a better good thing for our psyche. Like last thing you want is to feel like you're playing slots all day. Okay. Okay. Dominic was saying you have to put okay. I'm going to reread what Dominic was saying because I think it was probably it's a nice first time chat. So Dominic says, I think that in a lot of cases, AI takes away learning. I believe you can learn with it, but you have to push yourself to learn with it instead of letting it build everything for you at once without you having the knowledge of what you're already building. For me, it's easy to say that since I've been programming professionally for 15 years already and can count you, and if you count my early years, I started when I was 10 and I'm now 30. Let's go. I mean, it's interesting to hear your take on that given your level of experience, because also I've spoken to quite a lot of like senior staff engineers, people with like decades of experience, and they tend to be the most kind of like AI trigger happy in a lot. Well, not the most necessarily, but like they all tend to be pretty happy to delegate a lot of what they're doing to AI. And that is because they have those like really strong foundations. It gives like a bit of a different perspective. I think I prefer the times of Stack Overflow. At that time, at least you were insulted by another human. That's awesome. I mean, for what it's worth, I think a lot of the tools that I use, they use Discourse now, which is like a very similar forum style thing, but it's usually like tailored to a specific community. And it's a pretty good place, like a one-stop shop for all the documentation stuff you might need. Yeah. Coding is not what is appreciated unless it's a very specific problem that you're trying to solve IRL. It sounds like you haven't worked with incredibly skilled engineers before. Because I have worked with some people where I see their solutions to things and I'm like, damn, that's smart. And it's not even just in the sense of like, you know, oh, that's a really clever solution that they came up with. It's like, they have such a deep understanding of computing, of computer science. They're able to create like such huge performance improvements that it is like genuinely so inspiring. You can't do performance, like you can't improve the performance of your applications and stuff if you don't have that depth. Like there's so many, it's like, there is so much value in going deep on things. And that's not to say that that's always the right thing to do. Like I probably wouldn't, if it was like somebody brand new, you know, it's like you gotta, I don't know, you can't expect to get that depth off like right out of the gate, but I feel like coding is not my task, but rather the engineering and QA and the product work. But I think the engineering side of it, in order to write good solutions, you have to understand what makes a good solution, no? Like if you're reviewing the code, how are you going to know if it's good code if you haven't written that before? Some solutions on Code Wars are so elegant. Yeah, for real. The old C++ books were so well written. Honestly, so true. Dominic says, yes, it helps a lot. It's like having a junior without the need for them to learn through difficult discussions because you can steer it much easier. I'm in favor of juniors otherwise, but otherwise the pool will dry out. Oh, interesting. Wait, yeah, learning this stuff takes time. Real One on YouTube says AI-driven development increases the skill floor and speed depending on the complexity of the project, but just diminishes the skill ceiling. And in my opinion, prompting all day is soul draining. I think that's a really good analysis. I think you're right. I think just depth is always going to be valuable, but depth takes time. Like I understand people wanting to like bridge that gap for sure right now, you know? Okay, terminals and non-terminals. Literal strings in a grammar are called terminals. They're called terminals because they can't be expanded any further. Okay, on the other hand, non-terminals can be thought of variables that could match one of a set of possible strings. Okay, so non-terminals is probably what I want. Okay, we're looking at, let's see, grammars, parsing. Basically, the terminal is a single, oh, they can be, okay, so finite, designated by root. Every grammar consists of a set of productions or rules, which each production creates a non-terminal in terms of other non-terminals, operators, and terminals. One of the non-terminals of the grammar is designed by the root. By convention, we list the production for the root first. I'm not going to read all of this out loud because it drains me a little bit to talk so much. Let's see. Set of strings that the grammar recognizes are the ones that match the root non-terminal. So grammar represents a singleton set. One specific URL might have one production defining the non-terminal URL with the terminal on the right-hand side. A non-terminal URL with a terminal on the right-hand side. Okay. Okay. So one string literal. That is its smallest. Is terminal. That makes sense. So I think that's, okay, so terminal, okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, non-terminal is basically, it seems like the non-terminal is like a set of terminals. If I'm understanding that correctly. Is designated as the root. By convention, we list the production for the root first to make the grammar easier to understand for humans. The set of strings that the grammar recognizes are the ones that match the root non-terminal. Okay, root non, okay. We'll see. We'll see. I think the more I read, I'll probably understand it better. Okay. Find terminals and non-terminals on the right hand. In a production expression are matches 0 or more y. Okay. So you can do repeat, concat, unions. Postfix have highest precedence. Okay, I don't really know if I necessarily need that. Okay. First rule is grammar demonstrates concatenation. The URL termination matches the string that starts with the string literal HTTP followed by a match to hostname non-terminal followed by literal string. The hostname represents a union. Oh, interesting. Okay. The new rule matches a string of 0 or more lowercase characters. Okay, I don't necessarily need to know all of that. Recursion. Let's see, these additional operations allow the word production to be expressed more compactly. Okay. And that was one or more occurrences, yeah, of anything in A to Z. How else do we need to generalize? They can have more than 2 components. There can be an optional port number. So interesting. I feel like I've only ever seen this stuff with like regular expressions, which I know are like evil to ever have to debug or look at again. Get the Dragon book on compilers. Okay. Okay. Now, hostname is now defined recursively in terms of itself. Which part of the hostname definition is the base case? Which part is the recursive step? What kinds of hostnames are allowed? Using the repetition operator, we can also write hostname without recursion. Oh, that's cool. Also crazy. So it's anything A to Z with a dot. It's basically just like keep going until there's a dot that doesn't go into any more words. Till we get to the final word. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so matching a grammar against a string can generate a parsed tree that shows how parts of the string correspond to the parts of the grammar. Labeled with terminals representing the parts of the string that have been parsed. They don't have any children. They can't be expanded further. The internal nodes of the parsed tree are labeled with non-terminal since they all have children. The immediate children of a non-terminal node must follow the pattern of a non-terminal's production rule in the grammar. In our most elaborate URL grammar, it allows any two-part hostname, the children of any hostname node in the tree must follow the pattern. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, interesting. I like that they have an example. I need that. I need an example right now. Compilers are a challenge to build. That stuff broke my brain. I still need to do that. Oh, wait, that's kind of a roast. Hold on. Crucial Flow on YouTube says, if you're a senior in vibe coding, then you're retired from doing serious work. Vibe coding simply is not serious work. It's what you do when retired. I mean, I like learning. I can't say nothing. I like learning. I think learning is very good. Okay, cool. Let's look at this. Normal, italic, normal. For something to be italic, it is between these two things. Okay. Yeah, regular expressions, freaking evil. I do remember the first time I learned about regular expressions. Let's see, parser generators. Ooh. It's a good tool that you should add to your toolbox. A parser generator takes a grammar as input, automatically generates a parser, which is a sequence of characters. That tries to match the sequence against the grammar. Okay. So I think I'm tokenizing, not parsing properly, nicely. Produces a parse tree, which shows how grammar productions are expanded into a sentence that matches the character sequence. Okay, so this matches chars against grammar. The parse tree. All right. Each node of the parse tree expands into one production of the grammar. We'll see how a parse tree actually looks later in this reading. So the final step is to do something useful with the parse tree. We're going to translate it into a value of a recursive data type. Recursive abstract data types are often used to represent expressions in a language like HTML, Markdown, TypeScript, or algebraic expressions. A recursive abstract data type that represents a language expression is called an abstract. I have seen it. Have seen that in prod. I've just never had to build anything with it. Let's see. What does learning on your own even mean? Use books, websites, people, references, man pages, AI. Oh, I see. You're asking somebody else in the chat. For me, it's experimenting a lot without looking stuff up. I think there's a tricky balance to strike when you're learning on your own of like trying to apply things and getting stuck. Like I could have learned about this. Well, like I have looked into this before, but then it was kind of like, okay, well, I don't have a direct application for it. And so my brain was like, goodbye. Goodbye information. We don't need this right now. Yeah. And so I think it's good to just try to find ways that you can apply, like just build things and see where things are applicable. Sure, but at some point you need some kind of guide, teacher, reference. Oh, for sure. Yeah, AI can be helpful. But also people, yeah, I mean, communities can also be very helpful. yeah, I think AI is a great tool to be able to like break things down, get a lot of information condensed, and or like cross check things, give you examples that are specific to your context. Okay. HTML grammar looks like as a parser lib grammar. Each parser lib rule consists of a name followed by a new. Okay, I feel like maybe I want to look at intermediate representation. I think I want to look at an example of a parser in Rust. Maybe I will. Okay. All right. I figured it would be faster to probably just ask AI to give me some examples on what that would look like in Rust, instead of trying to find a blog or something that has it. So let's take a look at some of the examples. A handwritten recursive descent. Okay, so we have a parser. We have a struct parser that implements a peek bump parse command. Okay, let's try and understand what this is doing. This is just going to show the next self dot position. Oh, because yeah, okay, that makes sense. That we'd be tracking the position. Okay, let me make note of what this looks like. Andre, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, William, I noticed the same thing. William said when I first started coding, I used an add-on called Tab 9 in VS Code. I realized it was handicapping me by thinking that I had a better understanding than I really did. I've heard some people saying like the tab, what is it? The tab pause? Like, which is basically waiting for the autocomplete to, when you start pausing after like writing something because you're waiting for the autocomplete to like give you the solution. Let's see. Mohammed asks, can you tell me as a junior and what to explore programming? Is it worth it or not? Am I wasting my time coding by hand trying to learn Rust and OS internals? I think that step one is, if you're looking to get a job, step one is going to be like some easier things, easier hills to climb. Figure out, like, you obviously are interested in going deep, so that like figuring out that depth as you go is not going to be a huge problem. But I think if step one is to get a job, then just what is the least amount that I can do in order to get a job? I don't think that you need to go deep to get a job as a software developer. There are a lot of stacks that don't require that depth. I do think that that knowledge will pay off long term though. So I would say, yeah, if you're, as long as you're like paying the bills and all that, like if you're covered on that front, I think it's really beneficial to get that depth. I like, as soon as you've worked with people that have that depth and that are insanely skilled like that, you're like, there, it is like, you can never unsee it. It changes you. You're like, that could be me if I was better. You know? You're like, wait. There's so much more fun that I could be having with this. Because generally the people that are really, really good are people that just love it. You know, they're in it for the love of it. They just, okay, my bad. They just love building, you know? Alrighty. Okay, so let's try and take a look at this. Okay, so basically if I'm going to have a parser, I need to keep track of where I am. Where am I? And then what is the input? And then like the full input. I do think this is probably what's missing in my current thing. I'm like, hold on. A Crucial Flow says, as a mathematician, a lot of math videos are feel-good stuff, not hard, raw learning. It's meant to make you feel good, but real learning is a struggle. 100%. That is like part of what made me start live streaming coding, is that I was like, I feel like so much of the content that I see online, like I've been live streaming coding since like 2021. I was like, even at the time, I was just like, there's so much stuff online that just makes it look like a highlight reel. And it's like, I personally find that whole thing is very demotivating. Like, I guess people mean to be like some people have good intention with it and they're like, oh, you know, like, I hope this is inspiring. But it's like, if you're not seeing the struggle, I personally don't find it super inspiring. I'm just like, oh shit, I gotta like do more or whatever. I think that there's something really comforting and satisfying about seeing other people struggling through something. Like, not through something, but like struggling to, like, through learning and improving, to show that that's like the real behind the scenes of these things. Okay, full input that we're parsing. And then, okay. And then here we have our parser. We have to have peak, bump, parse command. We look up if it's a parse word. The command is parse word. We're gonna create a new, I mean, we are kind of already doing this. While self.peak is sum. So basically keep going until we have no more values. Self try redirect. Redirects. What is, I don't know what that is. Oh, this is maybe, okay, I think what's happening here is this, I'm going to guess that this try redirect is the parser checking if it's a redirect command. Otherwise, we're going to skip it. We're not going to add it to the list of args. Okay, and then we return an AST simple, which an AST simple I think was just a basic structure with the command arguments and the redirect. Okay, this, I'm gonna be honest, this could make my life freaking easier. Okay, standard out, standard error, truncate, append, whatever. Okay, I don't know that this exact solution is necessarily what I want to do, but it is very interesting. Okay, we'll find out. We'll find out. So basically we are having, they have a parse, what they call parse command, which I think I have as something else. where we are peaking. Let some see self.peak. This is where peaking the next character. Input the self.position. Oh no, it should already be tokenized, right? You keep an index into the input or into a token list. Yeah, this should already be tokenized. So this is, how does that peaking work then? Self.input. From the current, okay, there's a chance that I don't know what the frick this does. Oh, it returns option care. Yeah, so it's going to be a character. Okay, peak is going to be a character. Why are you peaking that? Try redirect arg.push. Self.parseword. Okay, my guess, I don't know what parseword does. Args.push, parseword, we'll find out. Parseword, oh. Cool. Handle quotes, escapes, etc. I like that it's like, oh, we really heavily depend on this one function. And also, I'm going to give you 0 information on what that is. Okay. That's fine. Let's see. Yes, William, 100%. William's saying even, that's so true. That's so true with math. There's actually a lot of struggle that goes on behind the scenes. Even textbooks don't really convey the process that happens to create new math to begin with. It's not just proofs. There's a lot of experimenting that happens, 100%. Experimenting is part of the process, and I feel like sometimes we just forget that. I really like watching your stream. It's currently 36 minutes past midnight over here and still coding, only for the love of the game. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's tokenized. It seems to contain this string slice and go character by character. Yeah, I am a little bit confused by that. I feel like, I thought the parser was supposed to be already working with tokenized content. You can post tiny parsers. Each parser is, okay, word, you take an input that is a string, you return a result that is a string. I think it's maybe looking at my current solution. Redirect OP. Alt.parse next. Yeah, I hate this. Not hate, it's a strong word, but what is happening? I feel like that's not what it's supposed to do. I could be wrong for what's worth. Okay. Parser combinators, window num, compose tiny parsers. Each parser is roughly a function that returns a result. Okay. I like that it's just like, oh, you could do this, and then it like doesn't give you more detail on what is happening, but it's good when the grammar is mostly regular, expression length, you want reusable pieces, shell coding can be fiddly with combinators, but many people still use this successfully. Okay. Yeah, this is what I think this is what I was kind of thinking was like something like this, where I just have like a list of strings that are the potential. Oh, wait, this is interesting. Okay, so this is actually like proper. I'm guessing that this is all formatted in a way that works with this library or something. Classical programming language grammar is a bit heavier for an interactive shells quote rules. Though when the grammar is large, you want it documented in one place. For code crafter scale shells, Handwritten or combinators are often enough. Interesting. Yeah. Eval only sees FD open mode path. A parser struct with a result that's going to be an AST or parse error. Okay. Prefer an AST with orthogonal redirect fields. I don't know what that word means. Okay, that's my bad. I'm just a little. Sometimes I just be forgetting shit. Okay. I don't know about you. I only got so much room up there. Design a system where components operate independently, allowing changes in one without affecting others. Oh, I see. AKA low coupling. No? Writing a decent recursive parser is easier than learning the Chomsky API. Okay. A crucial flow says, with AI, people now assume that the struggle can be skipped, that the struggle can be automated. We can all just enjoy all the cookies and sit back without any struggles. I think that is like, I think there is a certain percentage of the population that would love that. I think that there is another percentage of the population that would not love that. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm like, yeah, if I am like in my working years and I am working, I want to learn. I want to continuously improve. Imagine, like, I would be so bored just doing the same thing day in, day out. It would drive me insane. Okay. Find the smallest AST and redirect that you would need for your current codecrafter stages, and imagine parse as the only place allowed to look. Okay. To look at the quotes. Eval should never call something like parse quotes again. Okay. Parse is the only place you're allowed to look at and redirect. Okay, so I could probably... So parse word... p.parse command. So it seems like they have the main command that gets the command args redirect. Creates an AST symbol. Factor.new. Try redirect. I don't know what try redirect is supposed to do. But it looks like they have like a parse command. They have that then calls a parse word, which handles quotes, escapes, etc. Okay. Which is pretty much what my current parse quotes thing is doing. Okay, and then I don't know what the try redirect like is supposed to do in theory. In your previous example, what does what was it even? Redirect OP. What does try redirect? Oh, okay. With the helper that I made up in that sketch, not something in the real code base, optionally parse a redirect here. It looks at the current position, see if there's a redirect, consumes the operator plus its file name, pushes a redirect onto the list, and reports that it did so. The next thing isn't a redirect. It consumes nothing and reports that. So the caller falls through to parsing a normal word. The result Boolean return covers 3 outcomes and 1 signature, which is okay, which is I consumed a redirect. Not a redirect, you handle it. An error. It was clearly a redirect but malformed. Okay. Such as echo high with no name after it. That's why the caller reads the way it does. Continue restarts the loop after a successful redirect, and that propagates a malformed case. Okay. So it's looking for, it returns a result that's either going to be a Boolean. Okay. Oh, I see. Consumed a redirect. Open mode append. FD is standard error. And then later, I guess we add in, what is the path? Path is self.parse word. Oh, interesting. Oh, and it's consuming. Okay, okay. Self.parse word comes back here. If that's empty, there was no file name. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. So I can have that and I can parse redirect. In that one, I am looking for, it's interesting to have it consume. It makes sense. You consume normally what you discard otherwise. Consumer. And it returns a okay bool. Redirects stop push. What is, and redirects is a mutable with all redirects. Mutable vector. I don't know if I'd have to see that in practice. Okay, bool, and then modifies the current redirects. I guess it makes sense because you can have multiple redirects of even different outputs, or like, sorry, different sections of the inputs and stuff. Dominic says, I'm one of the early adopters of AI, like using Tab9, Kite, GitHub Copilot Beta. It also started quickly with agentic coding, but still one doesn't mean you shouldn't do the other. During my work hours, it's a bit of both. My stance is still that the ability to read the code at least is not only important, it's required. How I view it is that you should automate things that you could easily do yourself so that you put your mental energy in more difficult debugging tasks. Yes. I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, hey, the guy, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, fan. I think it's good to get it to explain patterns and stuff to you so that you can kind of get an understanding, but like make sure you're still making your own decisions, you know? And that you understand what changes it's adding. Okay, so then that it returns an okay with a Boolean of is or isn't a redirect. The mods redirect data structure. And then we also check file name. Plus add that to the redirect. I guess that would be iterable. And then add to redirect DS. Okay. Interesting. And then in this case, self.e that. Are there... FD and mode. When is it even using those? Oh, here. Redirect stop push where it creates a new one. FD standard out. Okay. Otherwise, self position is start and you return. Okay. I see. I get why they did that instead of a... I mean, I guess you could do, like, you could still just do a match here. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. We got a big rewrite ahead of us. We got a big rewrite. It might fall out of the scope of this stream, I'm going to be honest. Because this is so much. Okay, so pretty much the main stuff we want to do. I want to split this into its own parse redirect function. And I want it to be, I guess, like owned by a parser. The parser we need, okay. We have to create a parser. I have so many errors on this. I almost wonder if I should maybe do a new branch since this is like going to be such an insane. I think I probably should, but then I can't. Can I test? I don't know if I can. I mean, I can test it myself. I just don't know if I'm going to introduce a bunch of regressions and stuff, you know? Not that I don't think code crafters will catch that anyway. All right. I think I might. Let's see. Can I just do, I can just do this, right? Yeah. Let's do also major refactor. Yeah. I mean, it is just me working on it, but at the same time, I'm like, if I like commit this broken version and then I forget that I've, you know, it's like, that'll be a mess. Okay. Parse quotes. So I think one of the main things that we want to do here is we need to get a, where is the redirect type? Here we go. So I need a parser that is going to have, and we're not going to think about this right now. We're not thinking about this one right now. 'Cause I think that it can be simpler. Oops. Yeah, I would 100% break master. Oh man, good job, Blab Blam. Blam Blam, good job. They said not features, but I'm doing some code optimizations on old code who thought doing less work would make the code run faster. It's a 49% increase in speed. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. No, Suede, I'm not familiar with that. I don't know what that is. Okay, so I think, let's see. What did I want to do here? It was, I want to have a parser that's going to call parse quotes. Okay, we're going to have a type parser. that is, wait. Is it that? It's, we'll actually steal whatever their thing was. That was what I 32, something like that. It probably doesn't even need to be that much. It's not going to be, we'll see. We do that. We'll do, we'll do that. We'll do the input that we're going to parse, which is going to be a generic, which I don't remember how to write in Rust. I guess we can peek at the, right. Right, okay. I just feel like this should already be, can I like, I guess, actually no, it does make sense for it to have the input because it's also gonna, would I not like, do I even? Input, I don't even know, why is this, what, I don't know why input is generic. Me forgetting all my Rust stuff. Input in the, oh, it's a lifetime thing? Lifetime parameter. Okay, that's my bad. I forgot. Oh my god. This is why I should not have taken any breaks from Rust. Okay, interesting. Oh, I see. It's basically, it's just a borrow checker thing of like the lifetime. Yeah. Okay. Let's get our little lifetime parameter input. Input has one concrete type. Lifetime sit with the blah, blah, blah. There's no T. Yeah, you right. That's my bad. It's borrowing a string that lives at least as long as that. The compiler rejects it until you need a named lifetime. You can avoid it entirely by owning the input. Oh, I see. Yeah, because I'd have to transfer the input to the parser. I mean, I think that's probably fine for it to consume it. It can try consuming it and then just see what happens. Yeah. Well, because, oh, I guess I do have input right now is a string for even parse quotes. Do I need it again after that, though? Like, I don't think input is used again. Straight up. I don't think this is used again. Yeah, it does not need to be, that could be we could transfer ownership for that. This I think is my go brain coming in here. Oh, it's just struct. Okay, that's my bad. I wrote some Go recently, and so now my brain, and Elm, so now my brain is a little bit like, what even is syntax anymore? Okay, struct, we'll impl parser. Do I want, yeah, I think it's all gonna happen within here. We can do parse command. This is going to parse the command from the args account for quoted text and redirects. Okay, so this is going to return, honestly, probably we should have, what do we need from this? Our parser, we need it to have, I feel like I can have an IO struct that's gonna have standard error and standard out. The type, I think I'm gonna make, wait, do I wanna make it a custom type? Do I need the path? If I ever need the path or anything, do I need it? For now, maybe we just do the boxed in thing. Where is my little writer? Writer. Yeah, this thing, buff writer. It's this. Nope, it's gonna copy the same thing. Okay. Okay, and then I will just copy all of this to here and then do that. Do I want to have, I probably need a specific file found. IO. Actually, you know what? Hello. Sorry, I forgot about chat. Dude, naming things is hard. I know. That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm like, wait, what did they name it? They had that thing. Not even that. They had all of the parsing stuff. They just had redirect file. And then here they had like the kinds of redirects. And this returns either an AST, which has command args redirect, honestly valid. I should probably have that. FT open mode path. Yeah. Cause this stuff is gonna come later. So maybe I just keep it out for now. And what even was it? Okay, so we're gonna have all the file info, which has like all the path, if it's being overriding, write or append, and then the IO. Okay. So there's that, and then there is, why is that an enum? Oh, because I guess at one point you could have like a pipe. I don't know why they made these enums. To be honest, it's kind of seems kind of weird to me. Maybe I think that's kind of weird to me. Okay, and then this, we needed to have everything that we're getting from parse quotes right now and redirects. So here we want the command, we want the args, we want redirects. And then we also want, let's see, structure. I could honestly probably break all of this out from main.rs and not hate everything. You know what I mean? Probably not a bad idea. Okay. That, and we'll have a file that's going to be its own custom type as well. That is going to have the IO. That's going to be either Standard out, standard error. It's gonna have the path, the file path, which is gonna be a string. Or is it? Is there a specific thing for path? Path. Oh, there is. See, path. I think that could be a thing. And then how we want to open it, which is going to be, what was I even using for that before? Do I have it still? I didn't realize I was all the way down there. Oh, mode. Mode I have for single quote, double quote, whatever. Redirect source. I think I was doing redirect target. So I guess we could do, I'll just do write mode. Am I supposed to capitalize these? I can't remember. Oh no, it's not an enum. Okay, write mode, this is gonna be an enum though. This is gonna be, I'll just make it write mode. Oh, it mixed up parser and IO. Okay, my bad. File. This is gonna be, okay, we'll say target. Redirect target. Maybe I'm, wait, I think I'm forgetting how to, okay, I think I've only written structs in this project for like one thing. Gotta remember fields. Upper camel case. Okie doke. Path or path buff? We'll see. Hold on. It's gonna be mad about this. Hold on. Write mode, I have to do write, and we'll say append. I think that's it. And then we'll have an enum for or maybe I'll just do redirect. I think I'll do that. Back to the original. So yeah, I probably even have this still in here somewhere. Definitely haven't deleted that yet. Redirect. Should have a snake name. Oh. Okay, that's my bad. I couldn't remember which one it was. I'll say write mode. What is path? Oh, I think this is, what is it? Like path. Something path. I can't remember what this is. An owned mutable path. That mutate in path of the place. Okay, what about my other path? Like, what do you return? A string slice is a path slice. Okay, I think probably just a path. We'll see. Is it that it has to be path buff? We'll find out. Ambiguous associated type. Path. Do I have to do... Okay, now it's a little bit happier. Okay. Okay, and this is going to handle actually pretty much a bunch of the stuff that I have in this. And in my eval. Okay. Command is a string. We're going to get the args is going to be the vector that I copied. And then redirects is going to be probably another, it's going to be the vector of redirect. Actually, it's going to be redirect target, write mode. Is it going to be the redirect file? I think it might be file. To a file. For now, it's just to a file. Piping comes later. Redirect none. I guess we should have a none in here for now. Okay, and then the parse command within this function, let's see, what is parse command going to even return? Why is this thing so mad? Oh, struct file. Oh no. I'm gonna say redirect target. Or just, I don't know, what do I call this? Hello, Alejandro. Welcome in. Welcome in. Guys, has the audio been better today? I've changed my audio, the way it's mounted. And I think, I personally, you can still hear some. Yeah, you can hear me tapping on the desk and stuff, but I feel like it's been better. I think it's better. Yeah, why is this so upset? Okay, redirect is potentially used 1 million times. Size for values U8 are not known. Prototypes always have a statically known size. What? Cannot find model path in this. What do you Oh, I think there's probably a bunch of places where I use this. Hold on. What was it? source. I think I need to get rid of. There's so much I need to clean up and delete in here. Okay, parse quotes. We're not doing that anymore. And we are gonna change this to go to a different thing. So this is going to actually, we're gonna just make it return nothing right now. But we are gonna have parse quotes. It's gonna take the, what is it, in self, lowercase, for the parser, which I should move back down. Oh, that's not the parser, it's this one. All right, that we'll move this one there. I think I keep pasting the wrong way. Okay. Parse quotes input, which is going to be self.input, I think. Okay. And ooh, wait. No. Okay, I think it actually has to be, because it is going to get reused. Oh, is it going to get reused? Do I want to reuse input again, or just do it all in one go? It's probably better if I just reuse it and have it like parse quotes and parse have them separated out. If arg is empty, because this is a bit, I mean, this is thick. The only thing is it might introduce a bunch of hi Jiro, we're coworkers, let's go. I'm gonna reference that a little bit more. Okay, in its proposal, what did it say to me? I'm trying to figure out parsing. How did it do that? It basically did try to redirect. There is a chance that I need to take a break soon. Before I fry my brain. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might have to take a break. But I will see y'all another time. Let me pivot back to chatting. Oh my God, my brain. Trying to wrap my head around some new, a complete rewrite is always a little bit crazy. We are brain maxing a little bit. Doing our best. I've thought about picking up a functional language. You should. It's so fun. I was really enjoying Elm. It's fun. It's fun to be back on this project, though. Let's see who's alive. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream today. 4 hours of coding. Let's freaking go. Let's see. We shall see who is on. Don't forget to follow if you liked the stream. Is that a glorious mouse? Yes. Yes. Don't forget to follow if you enjoyed the stream. Don't forget to like and share if you're on YouTube. That helps support the channel. Even if you just share and copy the link and get it into the ether. YouTube is like, they love that shit. We know it. Wait. It is very funny. I see somebody playing Rust, and then I'm like, wait, just like me, forgetting that it's a video game. All right. Who do we want to raid? I have a job interview tomorrow. Yo, good luck. Good luck. All right, you guys, we can raid. Oh, wait, Abu is live. All right, we can raid Abu. Copy. All right, let's see if I know how to raid without using my keyboard. Oh, can I search? And paste. Yo, let's go. Can we do it? All right. Me trying to raid. My keyboard isn't connected to my stream PC right now. Overwatch pivot. No. No. All right, you guys. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream today. I will probably see you for some additional streams later this week. But probably not until like the evenings. So, yeah. But I hope y'all enjoyed that. It was nice, cozy, fun time for me as well. Yeah, it's very fun to dive back into this project and decide that everything that I wrote before was wrong. Love it. All right. It's all part of the fun. I'll see y'all later. Go give Abu some love. All right. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, goodbye.